Okay, apparently we are live. Hello, everybody. I don't know how long this is going on. My neck hurts, so we're gonna see how long I can sustain this here. But I'm Steve. Welcome to Mac84. We're gonna do a continuation of our cleaning and recapping of this lovely Quadra 840 AV system here. And I got some new goodies, some new tools in this box here, so we'll be looking at that. I also want to sort of show you up my Power PC corner here, which is these machines here. So we're playing around with those machines for the Power PC Challenge. So if you don't know what that is, well, you should know already. Yeah. 4:30 California time. Anyway, anyway, yes. Sorry, we're running a little late here. But anyway, um, Jay, if you have a link to the PowerPC Challenge blog post, you could put it into the chat. But I assume a few out of our viewers here already know what that is. But essentially, for MacYak this week, we're doing a PowerPC Challenge, which is essentially trying to use a PowerPC Macintosh for as many tasks as you can, as long as it makes sense for you to do so, etc. So that's what we're going to be doing. Well, because I never added you as one, and I'm changing that right now. So be on your best behavior. There you go. Because you're usually on the other channel, either the MacYak one or your Mac Attack one, Greg. That's why. All right. Anyway, where was it before I was so rudely after? No. Yeah. So the PowerPC challenge is pretty cool. Basically, use a PowerPC Mac for, um, as much as you can. Email, web browsing, the like. Easier to do it with a faster G4 or G3, but I was trying to do it with a 9500, but it did not want to cooperate with me. So yeah, good evening. So I'm missing something from my desk here. Where did that go? I'm missing the little copper stand with the steel, the copper shreds or whatever the heck you want to call it, to clean off the soldering iron. And it's probably like right here. Yeah, this is how professional I am. Where the heck did I put it? Because I was cleaning up the desk a little bit because I had a 9500 all over it. Ah, here it is. Okay. Here we go. Just got my PowerBook set for email. We'll attempt to play UT later tonight. Yes, that sounds like fun. Hello, Canada. G4 PSU blew up. Well, that certainly is a fantastic excuse to get you out of the challenge. Let's move the camera over here briefly. You'll see what an unadulterated mess my desk is. But we have a AGP G4 there. We have a G5 tower here. We have a Quadra there, and then to the left of that, there's a power center and a 2SI. But yeah, this is the messy desk area. There are all machines on the floor here. Here's a G3. Here's that 9500, which hates me. So there's the board for that. So yeah, you could. Well, at least you could see the floor here. This is very unusual. You usually cannot see the floor. But yeah, so here's the G3 tower I was playing around with. This is a revision 1, so it looks like so it actually has ATA issues. So that's gonna be fun to play around with. I want to do a little video about that. There's the board for Mike's 9500. The plastics here, the metal case is behind us. We're not going to turn the camera all around just for that. Get whiplash. Macintosh Plus is sitting over there with the remains of other Macintoshes stacked all around it. That's AGP 450 megahertz G4. Below that's a 2008 Mac Pro. Of course, my lovely image writer, which I use on a very, very often basis. Two 6100 Performas below it. We have two dot matrix printers on the left over here. One's, I don't know why I'm giving you an impromptu tour, but what the hell. That's a Panasonic KXP1824. Below that, some Okidata dot matrix printer. Right here is a dual core October 2005 model PowerMac G5. Above that's a Quadra 605, and that's a Sony multi-sync display there. To the left is a Power Computing Power Center Pro 180 and a 2SI on the top of it. So yeah, it's very messy around here. this is the desk where all the crap gets put on because we clean and fix stuff, and well, hopefully fix stuff here. So yeah, that was an impromptu tour. Yes, that is a projector on the ceiling, not a garage door opener. If I was in the garage, well, yeah, I would need something a little thicker than this to keep me warm. But, oh my goodness, the chat was blowing up here, and I was not even reading it. But, I'm doing a collection tour for Patreon, so I'll be doing that soon. Now I have the lights over where the most... So, there's this half of the basement, and then there's another half of the basement. The other half of the basement where shelves are, that's where all the Macs are. So what I want is when I grab one of them off the shelves, I bring it over to this side of the basement, put it down, and work on it. So that video is going to be on Patreon whenever I can. I'm going to try and do that hopefully fairly soon. It's just, if you thought this side is messy. Anyway, let's see. An ironing board. I don't have an ironing board. But, okay, well, yeah, I do, but it's upstairs. Anyway, hello Dan, hello Bruce, hello Greg, hello Jay, hello Charlie. Yeah, maybe this millennia, sometime before the end of the year. How about that? And because I started doing a tour video, I told you guys this before. I started doing a tour video, and then I realized the camera was way too dark, and you weren't going to be able to see anything. So, whatever. Back behind me, there was an ironing board. No, there is a fluorescent tube light. One of these things. There's one of those behind me because I ordered a set of 4 and I only used 3, so that it looks like one. But, yeah, it's not an ironing board. The one we have is very tiny and it's upstairs. Anyway, focus of today is going to be this board here. So, the story behind this is I was lucky enough to pick one up for $5 around 2004, 2005, 2006, something like that. And it worked. It worked great. And now it doesn't. So, we're going to start taking the capacitors off of here. Already started doing that to a few of them. You know what? Let's move this camera so you're not seeing the back of my head. There's no reason you need to see that. And let's try and get this into the front here. One moment, please. Maybe that'll work a bit better. Maybe. There we go. That's a little bit better. Okay, so... Alright, let's get situated here. So I have my microphone here. Let's just move these so they don't get tangled. I was playing... I always meant to set up scenes for OBS. And now I have scenes. So basically I could do stuff like this. Ooh. Ah. Yes, very fancy. I saw Bruce doing that the other day and I'm like, oh wait, I gotta set that up too. Yeah. So, okay. So, before we begin, I ordered some things based on Bruce's suggestions. This whole 1 pound whopping ton of solder. And this is rosin solder. 1 pound of it. And this is... what is the breakdown here? Maybe this says it on it. It was like certain percentage of... Let's see. I did not get another microscope, Jay, because it actually seemed very similar to the same functionality of this one, the same zoom and everything like that. This is like, yeah, it's not like 60/40, but it's like close to that. It's supposedly very good, so I trust Bruce on his recommendation. I got small things. I got cheapo things. I got some wire here, so I got some more of the enameled magnet wire. If I can open this up here, because I feel like I'm going to have to do some traces here. 6337. Thank you, Bruce. That's what I meant. Here is some 28 AWG wire. And then this one is 34 AWG. So one's a little thicker than the other. Hopefully we won't need to use too much of this, but a few dollars for a little spool, I think we're set for a while. So I don't know why I'm unpacking this. Well, this isn't for today. This is a little adapter to fit modern airport cards onto a Mac Pro. So we'll be doing a video about that sometime soon. This is a little scalpel set. The only one that was half decent with half decent reviews and had 1 day shipping on it. So this is a number 10 and a number 15. One's looks like it's a little smaller. These are, I like the handles of them because it looked a little thicker than the tiny ones I was seeing online, so maybe yeah, maybe it's a bit easier for me to grip them. So we'll be testing that out if we have to scrape any gunk out of anything. I'm gonna build. Well, maybe I might. I'm gonna build something, and I might need this for that. These are little pentiometers and little knobs and things. I think that was about it. Yeah. No worries, GT. See ya. Good luck on your race. And what is this? Oh, here are the soldering iron tips. Very, very important. Jay, the ones you pointed to me were temporarily unavailable, so I ordered these. They looked extremely similar. So of course they're not your fault if they suck. But there we go. We got some iron tips here, which we have at least 1, 2, 3 beveled ones. So that's nice. Oh, thank you, Greg. Yes, it'd be very sweet if you all gave a thumbs up to this video. So, first off, I'm going to be moving this box out of the way. Well, actually, no. You guys can't see that, so that's fine. And let's get this a little... I'm going to move this up a little bit. It's always hard because I have a keyboard right in front of me, so to mess with the tripod at this point... Oh, that's the highest it goes. All right, whatever. We'll deal with that. Okay, cool. So, let's move the camera down here. We're going to get to business in just a second. It's a very long and lengthy introduction here. There we go. Okay, so you can see, kind of see what the heck I'm doing here. Where is the isopropyl alcohol? Here it is. There we go. And we have our pink Q-tips, which Jay does not like. Where did those go? Here they are. Okay, and we have our multimeter and our capacitors. And why am I pointing? You guys can't see. I have a box of caps and everything. So when we get to that, we'll get to that. The flux that Bruce pointed out to me to purchase was not 2-day shipping or anything, so we will have to wait for that to come in the mail. But we'll continue using the questionable quality flux that kind of seems to still be working, so that's decent. We'll continue with that. Speaking of that, where the heck is it? Ah, shoot. This is a problem when you try and move things around. Oh, there it is. Okay. Must have moved it when I was messing around with that 9500. Okay. Oh, yep. Almost fall on my face. We don't want to do that. We don't want to fall on my face, especially when it's off camera. If I'm going to fall, you want to see it. Okay. Thanks, Jay. Always rely on your hospitality and support. So kind, this gentleman. So kind. Okay, so last time I cleaned off this guy here. Let's actually swap this over. Last time we cleaned off. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There we go. We cleaned off this pad here, and there's a lot of flux still there. But that was pretty gnarly looking before. Let's focus. Yeah, this is not nearly as fancy as Bruce's there, but it allows me to see things a little bit better. So, yeah, so these pads don't look terrible. These, on the other hand, we have to get all that gook away, and hopefully we don't have to do too much repairs here. The lighting is so harsh here that, you know, it looks dirtier than it is. Well, that actually looks worse. But anyway, we're going to try and clean this off gently. There is a trace running directly through that capacitor there, right there. And this looks all yucky anyway. So what I'm going to try and do is a few things. First off, we're going to put the new tip on the soldering iron. Especially while it's good to do that while it's off, because my iron is not fancy like Bruce's, where you can just do a quick change. Maybe one day, but not now. Let's see. This is the smallest bevel tip, and it's pretty wide. So I think that'll work for now. So let's ensure everything is off here. Yes, but I'm paranoid. So let's take that off. Take the tip off. Drop the new tip on the ground. That's a professional thing you should do always. It's off to a good start. All right, we're gonna make sure that it's all pretty secure. Okay, put that back in there. Alright, and let's see. First things first. Oh. Is that? Maybe just playing. Oh, it might be. Shoot. I just realized. I just realized this chip may have gotten a little toasty at some point. Oh, you guys can't see it because this thing is awful. So this is upside down, so that doesn't help us. But here we go. So this little chip here kind of looks, not that chip. This chip kind of looks deformed-ish. I don't know if it's just the coating of flux on it. I hope it is. I hope it didn't melt the poor thing. But yeah, let's just switch back here for a second. I'm just gonna make sure there's all right. So there was a good coating of flux on it. That's why it sort of felt like it was bumpy. I got worried. I thought I melted a chip here. So yeah, we're gonna be very careful doing that. All right. So we need our wick again. Steven, what the hell did you do with all your things you had? I'm supposed to put them back in this little box. Where's the... I found the packaging for the wick I was using. If I started organizing at 4 o'clock, I would have been better. Okay, here we go. There. It's our super wick. Okay, good. Don't... Bruce says the chip would be near impossible to melt. Don't give me a challenge, because this is something that would likely happen, because it's me. So that is very good to know. Yeah, there's a lot of dirt and debris here. Let's get our little tools here. The only good thing about my cheapo soldering iron were these little tools it came with, and it's great just for getting some of the flux off of these areas here. This is not very exciting, so I'm not going to show you all of this, but let me just get some away first. And just wipe this off. Move the trash can closer to me. There we go. Alright, now we're probably ready in business here. Okay, so let's turn on that soldering iron. Let's make sure that's actually tight in there. Let's turn this on. Okay. All right, and what I want to do, I guess the next course of action, as we were following before. Oopsie. It would help if I turned the microscope on in this view. Huh. Well, it's way too big, but it's kind of, that's good. We'll switch back and forth, but yeah. So the thing I want to do here is just clean up all this solder that I left on from the previous time I was messing around with this board. And apologies, this thing needs careful focusing, and it doesn't look half bad once you got it working, but it's kind of a pain. And yeah, okay. Yeah, so this area here has some yucky solder from one pad, and then that looks pretty yucky too. So we're not going to be putting any caps on these yet. We're just going to be cleaning them off. So I'm going to use some flux, going to use some fresh solder to sort of agitate it, and going to use the wick to get that off. So I'm going to try, let's see, you know what, I'm going to use this thing, one of these little helping hand things. This might be good enough to just dangle the camera from above. Very, very specific for what this thing was used for, I know, but our little Quadra friend won't mind, would you? Give you guys a little dizzying array of... Yeah. Kind of works pretty well. Kind of. It just like sits over there. Anyway, okay, so the soldering iron is heating up there. I was reaching for the old solder. I'm an idiot. I have this new solder I can use. I'm assuming for the new iron I just want to tin it sort of with the edge of this and then maybe do a rough clean off. And oh, there's a dead spider on my copper. That is a dead spider. Let's all look at the dead spider. I'm easily distracted. What of it? Let's see. Where is he? It. Whatever it is. There we are. Hello, friend. Oh, just a little one. And he decided to eat some of the delicious shavings that were in the copper. And I guess he died. This is our channel's mascot, Copper the Spider. Rest in peace, Copper. Okay, so we're gonna get that spider out of there. Yes, we don't need a. Oh, it's not dead, is it? No, it's dead, I think. let's yeah, it's just there's a lot of dust, and so the cobweb was moving, and I'm all laughing when the spider is dead, but the spider's alive, and you'll see me get up and run across the room. So, okay. Back to what the hell we were doing here. Welcome to Mac84, where the live streams are completely off topic, and we get silly comments in our videos. Okay, so. Well, I'm not that bad. I actually, the spiders don't really bother me. House centipedes. And, no, they're not as big as, well, they're kind of big, but they have like 40, 50 legs. That's what sort of creeps me out. The spiders I don't really care much about. They leave me alone, I leave them alone. The house centipedes are, ugh, yeah, they're, give me the heebie-jeebies. Yes, yesterday you had Bruce. That was the professional way to recap. This is the amateur hour, or amateur 8 hours, depending on how you look at it. Yes. Recap the dead spider. Alright, we're going to replace the dead spider's leg here and see if it boots up. Does it chime? We'll see. Alright, let's stop being as silly. We could be silly, but you came here to watch me attempt to do stuff, so we're going to attempt, damn it. Alright, let's get some of our stuff ready here. Alright, see ya, Jay. Yeah, feel free to pop in, pop out. My neck is killing me, so I'm going to be like standing up during this. The stiff neck is on the left of me, which is fantastic. Alright, so I'm going to tin the edge of this tip here, make sure. Whoa. Rotting beet flux. Yes, delicious, delicious rotting beet flux. What's your problem with the rotting beet flux? I don't understand. I've been subscribed to that forum since many iterations of it not existing anymore and then being rebuilt and coming back. Probably since the early 2000s. Like 20 years ago. So yeah. The 68K MLA. They're good. I just... Nothing against anything else. But yeah. They sometimes implode. Why is your circuit board cracked? It's not cracked. That's a feature. That's blobs. Yeah. Yes, this is a nice 40 megahertz Mac here. All right, so what I'm going to do here is stop talking and actually do some work here. What I'm going to do is put some flux on this area here, and we're going to try and get off some of this yucky old solder that we had here previously. As the furnace turns on in the background, you may or may not be able to hear that. Yeah, it's a good forum. There was an IRC ages ago as well. I haven't been there in a while, but okay, what are we doing here? We're very disorganized here. All right, so let's put some fresh solder on the tip there just to help help this along here. And I'm just going to gently massage this around. I'm just hovering over it, just like agitating this solder around. Try and get a lot of the gunk in there moving. Yeah, some of my machines, the plastics are not brittle, and then some of them, they're extremely brittle. So, alright. First time using the Super Wick, well, the Super Wick I've used before, but with this iron that has a beveled edge, which hopefully should improve things a lot. Wow, yeah, that that got a lot. Yeah, that worked much better with the beveled edge. Yeah, that's great. Now, I do see, yeah, probably not the best job we did here. Where am I going here? Where am I going? Where am I going? Yeah, it's hard to see because of all the flux is still there. What I'm trying to do is just get the remainder of the yucky solder off of that area. Okay, that's not too. I mean, I see a lot of junk in that area, so let's try and at least clean up a little bit as we go along. And where are my Q-tips? Over here. Ah. Yeah, the 9500 I have, the plastics. It's similar to the 8500 case. The plastics are just destroyed. But I do have an 8500 that is, the plastics are better. So I think it's just the age of it, how it was stored, how much light it was exposed to, all that stuff. Yeah, the plastics are quite annoying, unfortunately. That's one of the problems we're running into. Alright, let's clean this up. We got a lot of... Ooh, look at that. Ooh. I don't know if that was from the gunk that was from the previous solder or what, but that is not pretty. Could be from just the flux, but got some gunk in there too. Okay, alright, so let's try and get a closer look at these. Alright, that's still... Oh, did that pad move? Ugh. Looks like that pad got a little scrunched up there. And we still have some crap around there. Okay, well. Bending down and looking at this board is already not feeling too good on my neck. But we're gonna try and work slowly here. I'm gonna leave that area alone for right now. I'm gonna go over here. Okay. Thank you, Bruce, for confirming that it was bad to begin with. You know what? Nah, if it was like that before, then I'm gonna continue here. What I'm gonna try and do, because it honestly, with this in the way, it's not helping too much. So I'm just gonna turn that off just for a second here. Use my own peepers here. I know it's not as exciting. Well, let me keep my glasses on. But I want to just try and get rid of some of, just see if there's, it looks like, add some more flux here. Wait, what am I doing? I don't, no. I'm not making sense today. Ignore me. Alright, I'm moving on to the other pad like I should have before. So this is by capacitor. Doesn't even have the number on this one. That's weird. But alright, we can move the camera back in the second one. Just want to get some of this junk off here. There we go. Ooh, right in the, I think this is like the DAV port or one of the digital processor signal ports or whatever the heck. Alright, yeah, we're gonna look right there. Ah, yes, Bruce, give us an update on your SC30 as I abandon this thingy and go back to this guy. At least it chimed, so you had that going for you, which is good. Where am I going? Oh, boy. Yeah, it's close enough. Alright, so we're actually gonna move this. So, yeah. Move this so I have a better view of what the heck I'm doing here. Okay, there we go. Alright, so we put flux on here. I'm trying to actually get you guys further away. So you can still see what's going on, but I have some clearance here. Maybe. Looks like you are upside down, but yeah, there we go. Alright, and you are seeing that. I want you to see what's before that. There we go, look at that. Ah, broken traces. Yeah, that board, I think, Bruce, when you said it looked clean, I think it took that as a challenge, and it just spontaneously got worse. Like, you didn't even notice it, because it happened before your eyes. I think it just, you were zoomed in on something and the traces just started exploding or something. That's my theory, at least. Okay. There we go. The boards are always surprising. Always surprising. Alright, cool. So let's... as he tries to crack his neck, which will never crack. I need to have a fan over here, but the fan that I have is probably going to make way too much noise. So we're going to avoid that for now. But I'll need one eventually. Let's see, where's my little snippies? Snips. We're going to just cut off the used portion of our wick here, because we don't need that anymore. Right in the trash it goes. Okay, so we're going to get some solder on here and just try and move around. Doesn't look all that bad, to be honest, because I did clean these last time, but probably not as good as I can now. So let's just try and okay. That one looks a little better. That looks a little better too. Okay, it's hard to tell by here, but so I'm just gonna go gently over it again just to make sure I didn't miss anything. It looks like there's a little gunk on the right, but I don't think that's going to. It's really hard to see on this board because it's brown. And usually it's a green. It's very easy to see what the heck you're looking at here. But and the traces are brown, so it's hard to see what's dirty or what's actually okay. So yeah, let's just keep moving along. I'm going to clean everything, and then I'll worry about putting new caps on. How about that? And feel free to ask me questions along the way, or yell at me. Tell me what I'm doing is wrong. It looks like we got some dirt over here. What's this? What's this? What's this? Ooh. Yeah, that should probably be cleaned. Yeah, we're gonna. This board is not a 1 or 2 day project. This is gonna continue to haunt me for a long time, I'm sure. That $5 I paid for this thing is just gonna be hanging over my head. Oh, it was only $5. Now you're gonna have to put in hours of work. Okay, so let's get this sorted here. $5 for the entire computer. Granted, that was like 15 years ago. But yeah, Quadra 840 AVs are worth much more than $5 these days. Yes, the joy is if I revive it. Now, it did work years ago. I actually was playing a MAME on it, the arcade emulator. Yeah, this is back at a computer show where everything was for basically PCs, so the Mac stuff nobody really cared for, nobody really wanted. There was like 1 or 2 people that had Apple stuff there, and I became friends with the Apple people. They don't show up at those shows anymore. Online retailing has killed the flea markets of the past, unfortunately, and where there used to be 2 football fields or parking lots or huge things full of computers, now it's one little room. It's very sad, but it's a way of things. Nothing good lasts forever sometimes, so, well, I guess never, but alright, let's continue here. Alright, so we're just agitating that here. And I could clip off this. Let me clip this off in a second here after I absorb some more solder to this piece of wick here. That's a pretty good example of before and after right there. Now it's still dirty and everything, but and I'd have to again with the way the flux is on this board and the dark layer and everything, it's going to be fun to see exactly what issues we may have here. Yeah, let me trim this flux. I'm using the wrong words here. Trim the braid, the solder wick here, as I go along, so I'm not screwing things up here. Yes, a hell of a deal for $5. I also picked up an LC3 for $5. Bunch of machines. I mean, they would be, the people who had these Macs essentially they would go to offices and upgrade them, and these Macs were kind of part of their garbage, and they would collect them and they'd sell them. Which was nice because it made sure that those machines were not gonna be as tossed out. They would usually find homes for them. That looks pretty clean. There's some gunk on the side of one of them. It's a little bit better. Okay, so we're gonna move on pretty quickly to these 4 friends over here, which see if I get a good shot of them. Let's see, might have to keep you over here. Yeah, there we go. So and there's just a wall of traces right next to them, which is excellent. We're going to be very careful here. Very, very careful. So, let's flux up this area here. Hope everyone's having a good Sunday night, or in some cases Monday. Or if you're living in the past, Saturday or Friday. I wish it was Friday night instead of Sunday night, but what can you do? Probably too much flux, but maybe clean that off later. Okay, so let's actually move this. What's nice about putting this whole thing on a board is I can kind of move it without interrupting the camera and everything, kind of all at once. All right, so let's clean up one of these first ones here. Yeah, that has some junk on it there. Oh yeah, that had some gunk all over it. Might have to come back with the scalpel there just to clean some of that up. Oof, yeah, that's pretty nasty. Yeah, we're definitely gonna, before we get too much further, we're gonna do a lot of checks here and make sure. I mean, this board was powered on. What I did was, if you missed the first part, and forgive me, I don't remember everybody who was at the first one. I tried to recap this last year or the year before that. Maybe it was 2017 or 2018. And unfortunately, I was not successful. But the caps I was using. Is this still the old solder you're wicking, or have you put some of the new fancy? This is. I'm only using the new solder here, the new big one that you suggested. And this is the old wick that had the old solder, and I did chop off, and we're using a new tip. So unless something is terribly looking wrong, I hope we're not doing anything bad. Yeah, the flux I have isn't the best, so I'm sure it's contributing somewhat to the yuckiness that's looking here. What was I saying? I forgot. Well, either it wasn't that important, or it was, but it'll come to me. Yeah, I could just feel some of the gunk just coming off, which is great, because that's very good. I'll get all this crap off of here. Alright, that pad definitely moved a little bit, which is not great, but this board's going to need some love, so. What is the best cap replacement? I use the gray cylinder-shaped caps on the classic. I would suggest using the tantalum capacitors. Using the electrolytic ones that came with the Macintosh. The ones that are made today, and Bruce talked a lot about this in his stream, but essentially the ones that are made today are much better than the ones that were made yesterday. That being said, I prefer the tantalum ones. They are a tad bit pricier, but I do think it's worth it, especially because they were supposedly supposed to have a longer active life. If you can get them, I would suggest it. I think they're also easier to put on. That's just my my experience. So, but I've only done the radials, not the radial, well, the radials and the through holes and the tantalum. I have not tried the electrolytic ones. So I hope that partially answers your question. You spilled food on your iPad. I hope it was something like a sandwich and not like soup. Okay. There I see 4 more caps to, well, 5 more. I keep looking. 6 more. Jeez. I see a lot more areas to keep doing, so we're just gonna keep at this. I think the longest thing that's gonna take me to do is to focus the camera. It's a little bitty microscope. Um, is that too far? That's too far. You're probably not gonna be able to see this one too much. Maybe. Wait, let's go back. There we go. That's up. And the camera wanted to fall down on its face. Well, who could blame it? It's had a long day. Let's prop that up just a little bit. Well, how about we do that? There. Maybe. I don't want to keep you guys without something interesting to look at, so. Oh, come on. Easier said than done. You know, that's close enough. Yeah, I need a new case for my iPad too. I have an old iPad though, so maybe I just need a new iPad. I have an iPad Mini 2. I think it was the first Retina Mini iPad. And I refuse to update it because I have a lot of old apps on there that just aren't released anymore or aren't compatible or anything. So I really just need a new one. But I'm not in a rush to get a new one. It was very tempting to like get an iPad Pro or something like that, but for a quarter of the price, I got an older Lenovo tablet with a Wacom digitizer on it, and I love to draw with a pen. This was before the Apple Pencil was really better than it was, and works great. It has an i7 and it's pretty zippy, but it's not as small, and of course it's PC. That looks a little better. This is a little USB microscope from a thrift store. I'm pretty sure you could probably get one for under $10 on eBay. It's only supposed to be for Windows, but just a generic camera, so it actually recognizes it. It's not bad. The best thing is that it has a zoom on it. And the zoom is just an optical type thing. The video resolution, it's compared to the iPhone, is laughable. It's only 640 by 480, but it doesn't look half bad. I'm zooming it in several, scaling it up in the stream and everything. It's not really that bad. It could be much worse. I'm using it merely to keep you guys seeing what I'm seeing. I'm using mostly my own eyes. I will use this once in a while because there are some things that my vision's not the best, that I can't see perfectly, and this sort of lets me confirm or find out new details of, oh, okay, that is this, that is that, etc. Yeah, if I could afford a big one, I'd get a big one, but I cannot right now. I just spent over $200 on capacitors. This order of solder and wire and other stuff and tips was another $50. So I blew through my Patreon stuff for this month and probably next month. So we're going to be tight budgeted for a while, but this stuff should last me a while. The enameled wire, there's plenty of. The solder, there's plenty of. So that should hopefully be something where we don't have to worry for a little bit, because it's cheap. These little bits here and there are cheap, but when you add it all up, it adds up. So, and I wasn't just buying caps for this machine; I was buying a ton of it. And this does not want to cooperate here. Hold on, let's just try from this angle here. There we go. Yeah, I have lights right above me, and this little microscope actually has a light on it. You can see here. So, yeah, it works. So that's really all I'm concerned about at this point. It's not the best. I could always improve. I could always get a better setup. I could always get better tools. Um, but I'm happy to be able to try and breathe some new life back into these Macs. As Bruce said in his stream, this is addictive, kind of, because it's nice to, we need flux, it's nice to get broken things to work again, and that's something I've always liked playing around with. Whether it's small things or more complex electronics. I've always liked avoiding waste and trying to fix things again, so... we need to clean this tip. Who is messaging me? No. Instagram notifications. Okay, let's make this solder move around a bit. Okay. Yes, it is. It is a very neat hobby, and I've been messing around with these Macintosh computers since I was a kid, and I'm not a kid anymore. And but it still brings me a lot of joy, especially to play around with them, especially get them working again. I was thrilled, finding that my LC3, I'm sorry, my 2CI still worked, and I recapped it anyway. I thought it was the caps for sure, but it was simply that. With the memory modules removed at boots, because I did not have all the memory modules, memory slots full. Excuse me. Yeah, and so some of these machines can be very, very picky. Yes, it's very fun to repair. Yeah, we're going to go over again some of these areas, because need to test for continuity and all that fun stuff. But the first step is just to clean them up. So we got this one here to do. I'm actually going to put flux in the areas that I have to clean, so I remember. That one there. It's a tiny little one. I don't know if that's the same value as that. Yeah, that could use some too. There's a little hair there. No. Okay, and I think that will do it. These next few. My name is Steve. I said it at the beginning of the thing, but in my scripted videos, I always do an effort to introduce myself. So I've been trying to do that on my streams too. I sometimes forget that some people are new. My name is Steve. Okay, that should just come right off, hopefully. Oh, it got dirty real quick. Hello. Yeah, there's a great amount of people out there who love tinkering around with this stuff and playing around with this stuff, and it sure is fun to not do it alone. And we learn from each other too. I'm not an expert on this stuff. I didn't know to use a hot air station instead of a soldering iron or any of this stuff. And my friends and Bruce, and well, Bruce now being my friend, of course. And all these people, you learn so much from. I wouldn't know what the heck I'm doing. Howdy, yes, nice to meet you. So it is a great way to share knowledge, share techniques, share insight into things. It's something that is definitely appreciated in the retro computing community because there are different variants of things, different revisions of things. People are figuring out stuff all the time. So it's a very exciting. I'm sorry I'm not moving the microscope for right now, but it's a very exciting thing to do, at least to me. I think it's fun. Oh yeah, let's get out all that yucky solder from years ago. Yeah, we're going to have to add some more fresh solder to that. Whew. I use OBS as the software. It's free. It works pretty well. I'm always figuring out new features of it. For the camera, I have a Logitech 920. It's a little 1080p webcam. You usually get them under $50, depending on if you're on eBay or whatever. For the computer, it's a 2009 single processor Mac Pro. And it seems to be doing a pretty good job. You don't need too much horsepower for it, but it does not hurt, especially in multiple cameras. All that fun stuff. And we have 0 drop frames, and we've been going for about an hour here, so that's good. And, yeah. I am self-taught. Wow. That's pretty neat. iRobot. Wow. Yeah, that's, I mean, everyone today has a wealth of information at their fingertips with the internet. When I grew up in the 1990s with messing around with old Macintoshes, the references I had wasn't the internet. It was all books. There was like Macworld's, Macintosh secrets, Sad Macs, and other disasters, and how to prevent them, and like all these books that were great. And that's, I still look at some of those today. And then there's, the Dead Mac scrolls and all this stuff. All these books are an excellent resource. But yeah, back in the day, if it was information specific, you were sort of on your own. So what I'm going to do is I'm probably going to wrap up this stream in maybe a few minutes here. I don't want to go too long. I just want to clean this board off because unfortunately my neck is killing me and I'm very uncomfortable right now. And I know you probably do not want me to start complaining and all this such. So I will rest for a bit and I will come back. So it's not like I'm not going to start a stream again. But I just need to rest my neck a bit. I woke up and it's stiff and it's not fun. And it's quite painful to be bending down and looking at this board. Unfortunately. We got some formal education here. And I should take these RAM chips out so they're not just begging to be harmed here. Oopsie. I didn't drop that one. Yeah, I gotta do something. I'm usually not that bad, but it just Friday of all days, it was not happy. Okay, so get that cleaned up here. Okay, so we do have all of these areas cleaned now. I'm going to just do some simple continuity tests here, and then we're going to put a bookmark in this and we're going to come back. So don't anybody go anywhere. I mean, yeah, you can go have dinner and relax and everything. I'm going to turn the soldering iron off. Ooh, yeah, I just turned my head way too quick. Yow. Yow, yow, yow. Okay, that was kind of painful. Excuse me. Let me just check the time here. Who's texting me? And where's my multimeter here? I'm just going to test a few things here. And then I will be probably back in a half hour. So just a quick break. I'm kind of tempted to leave the stream on, so we're not tweeting out another link and such. You're welcome to minimize the window. I may do that. That's good. That's good. I'm just testing some of these points here with the multimeter, just making sure that, and I'm sorry I'm not going to point, going pretty quick here. Alright, that pad is pretty good. That's good. That is not making contact. Oh, it is. I'm an idiot. That is. That is. That is. That is. That is. Okay. So far, yeah, it looks like it's very grungy and scummy here. But all of the areas that are supposed to be making contact, with the exception of this one, actually. Okay, never mind. Well, this one, both of the negative and the positive are are going off at the same time, which it probably is not ideal. It's probably a flaw. So we'll have to fix that. Yes, all these live events, I used to make them private and then only for Patreon people, but I thought, where's the fun in that? So all of these are available later on. So if you do skip them, I tell people just go back and pick up where you left off. You get bored during something, just fast forward it, etc. Yes, so all of them are available afterwards for your viewing pleasure. Alright, this one does not seem to be... Oh, there it goes. Yeah, the brown traces on the black board just make it very, very hard to see. Okay, so I think that's most of them here. Yeah. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually just put a little message up here. I'm going to say we're going to be right back. And let's meet up, let's say around 8:15 at the latest or so. So I'm going to put up a little message here. You're welcome to stick around. You're also welcome to do other things and set your timers on your watch and come back. Let's put up some text here. Let's say, be right back at 8:15. And that's in about, well, let's just put Eastern. Okay. And we're going to put this over here. Well, let's put this over something dark. So then, yeah, maybe, well, if I turn the light off. Yes, I have to organize my desk. That's inevitable. Okay, so I will be back. And yeah, let's, come on, you're dark when I don't want you to, there we go. Maybe, there's still, there. And so I have to just cover it or something. Okay, so I will be back shortly. It won't be too long. I just need to rest for a little bit. And we'll be back to look at this, this fun little Macintosh. But for now, you can take a messy look at my desk here, and I'll be back in a little bit. And I appreciate you guys sticking around. If you don't come back, that's fine. It's nice having you. But we're going to take a little break, and we'll be back shortly. Okay, I'm back a little early. Alright, so I am back a little early. I'll probably have to take another break fairly soon. That one will be longer, but I don't want to stay too far away. But alright, so back a little early. Sorry for the break there, but laying flat on my back on my neck helps a little bit for what's going on with me right now. Alright, so but we don't care about that. We're interested in this Macintosh here. So, looks like we got all the caps off of the board here. I'm going to be looking closely at this little guy. And just seeing, well, I need, where's my Q-tip here? My toothbrush, that'll work too. Just all that gunk off there. Thank you, glad to be back. Okay, so yeah, that looks pretty bad, but it's just touching it gently because I know there's that pad that's a little waved up there. So I'm gonna do a continuity test there. I think I did before, but let's do it again because it's a little concerning how messed up that pad looks there. So let's do that. We can switch our view here, and we can hide our message. There we go. Alright, so the ultimate goal is to have this machine working again. So let's see. This looks like it goes here. Alright, that's still making a connection, and that is still making a connection as well. So hopefully that's not the problem. Let me take out the scalpels I got just to see. Yeah, I'm going to be very careful with that pad. I almost kind of want to leave it alone, but for tracing wires on the board, you could use some of the relay wires off some car relays. And yeah, so I've had to do that on the, I don't know if you were around when I fixed up a Macintosh LC3. That was pretty bad. I had to use some other areas around it to fix some of the connections, but in the end it did work, surprisingly enough. Okay, so this scalpel is extremely sharp, I'm sure. Yes, it is. Look at that. Okay, so I am just look very carefully here. Just try and see what this is here. It looks like there's this is just yuck all. Very, very, very lightly, almost like with a paintbrush. This guy's pretty damn sharp. That's good though. But just getting some of this dirt away from it, and just making sure that still goes there. And I will be putting some solder on that just to strengthen this trace overall. Not that it needs too much help, because it looks like it was okay, but There's a lot of gunk under there. Ugh. Ah, I will have to look back on that. Sorry, I did not see that. Must have been one of the comments that just flew by. That's the problem. I can't read every comment that comes through, especially when I'm focused on this. But that is greatly appreciated. I'm sure I'll have to order some glue or something to get that done. Okay, so that pad, although the edge of it looks like it's got a little squished, thankfully the rest of it looks okay. Let's move on. Oh, jeez. Having a stiff neck is not fun. Let's move on to another area here by the power socket, which I think was pretty yucky looking. And this area in particular, we have, let's raise this up a little bit. Hold on 1 second, I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Alright, so yeah, this is an area. Whoop. That, oh, that's pretty sharp actually. Yeah, so there are these little spots here And if it's like dirt or but this area looks the worst. I don't know if it's just like air bubbles getting under this, or let me see if this is actually 15. It's a smaller one anyway. Let's not drop that. Let's see. So it's still making a connection. Well, it was. From here to here it works. But from here, it doesn't. Well, there's a lot of flux in the way. From here, that works. Okay. So, I think if we recap this, I'm not seeing any, telltale bad traces. There's one more thing I want to. Yeah, there might be some light corrosion here. Geez. Yeah, I hate to run again, but let me step away for like a half hour. I did not lay down long enough. Let me go for like 15-20 minutes, something like that. I just need to. Yeah, it's not helping. But I will be back in a little bit. I don't want to like keep resting briefly and then coming back, because if I was laying down, that would help, because my neck is like killing me here. But so I apologize that I kind of have to run again. But like right here on this side of my, I don't know why I'm pointing that way, it's just very stiff. Yeah, I just took some Tylenol, but the problem is I'm doing this, and I'm bending down with both my back and my neck, and it's very, very the opposite of what I should be doing. So, yeah, I'm gonna take a little break again. Let's say it's 8:09 now. Let's say 8:40. Let's say that. Let's see. I'm gonna just put up. Yeah, I'm not gonna rush this, but I do wanna mess with this. I'm very excited to play with this. That's why I ordered some tools. So I'm not gonna put a time. I'll just say be right back on here, and just keep it. You know what? Should I? Yeah, you know what? What I'll do is I'm gonna end this, because I don't want to keep making you guys wait. I'm gonna end this, and I'm going to start it again when I'm back. So how about that? Because I don't want to keep this running or anything. It's just cheap hours. Don't want to do that. Yeah, because I don't want people coming and be a blank screen like, where is he? So I will join you guys back in a little bit. Yeah, no, I should be okay. It's just like an annoying thing. It's like shooting up your back into here, and it's not fun. So that's definitely something I want to just relax on for a second. But I am very excited to get back to this, because I do want to put some new caps on here tonight. At least try and get it to turn on. But the night is young. It's only 8 p.m. here. It's not like it's midnight already or anything. So actually, I will. You know what? Yeah, let's do that. Let's put a little banner up here, and we will say. 1 second. Sorry. Other people are demanding my attention already. So let's edit this text here and say, taking a break. Be back in a little while. Okay, so we're going to put that there. And, let's see. I have a fun idea. We're going to point this at here, and I'll put this text. Can I put it there? Will it let me? I want to put the text so it looks like it's in the monitor. Let's see if it'll let me do that. Yes. It looks like it will. Yeah, there we go. That's, oh, nope. Don't want to do that. uh, there we go. All right, cool. You see it. All right, and you're going to see yourself on the stream there. But I will be back in a little bit. Let me tilt this down at the rearrange the text here, just so you can still see what I was looking at there. But you guys hanging around for a little bit. Feel free to leave and come back whenever you'd like to. There's no rush to stay here through the whole thing. Like I said, it is recorded. So if you do need to step away or you want to catch this up later, you're welcome to do that. I am just going to take a little break, and I will come back when I can. Yes, don't worry. I understand it's late where everyone is, but what I'll probably do is take little clips of this when, assuming this is completed successfully, and then I'll make a little compilation video of it because I don't want to make anybody watch the whole entire thing just to see what happens. But that's what I'm going to do. So I appreciate you stopping by for a bit. I'm going to rest for a little bit, and I will be back. And we're going to continue to try and get this 840 AV to work. So even if you don't come back today, cross your fingers for me. Because I think I'll need it. But yeah, if I had a screensaver or something, I'd put it... Oh, you know what? I do. Do I have a screensaver? Let's see. Let's see. Keep you guys entertained. There we go. And need to plug in the mouse. It's not after dark, but that would be fun. I just don't have a Mac like that plugged into this monitor. Yes, we could. Let's see what screensaver we got on here. I don't think the Matrix one is on here. I could be wrong though. It's been a long time. This is let's see. We have Flurry, we have shifting tiles, message, word of the day, iTunes artwork. Let's go with the, I always like this thing. It's kind of cool. Let's try that. And yeah, just be flying around here. And it's dark, so my message should display still. So there we go. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit. Thank you guys for watching, and for those of you who are going to be back, I'll see you in a little bit. Thank you. Okay, I am back. Very sorry about the long wait. The screensaver even went off. How about that? Alright, so, sorry for the late wait. Wow. Okay, so, let's get back to this because we have a lot to look at here. That rest helped very much, and I had some people upstairs who were demanding my attention anyway, so. Multiple things. Yes, I'm back. Hello. Alright, so, I'm surprised there's still a bunch of people here. Yay. Okay, cool. So, we took off all the gunk. There's one more cap that we have to remove the gunk from. Not cap, the place on the board. How about that? That's what I meant. Alright, so let's go to that. Let's, why is it not displaying? Oh, because I hit it. There we go. Scared the crap out of me. Sorry. I should have, had some, a soothing transition of, ocean waves or some stuff. It's like, okay, and now back to recapping. Recapping will resume in just a few moments. Yeah, I need to get a new microscope eventually, but for now, this'll do what we can do. We can do. Wow, this really going downhill. Anyway, all right, so we're gonna get rid of. This is really hard to position here because all the memory boards here are not letting it stay still. Well, maybe. Yep, there we go. That's close enough. I just got focus. All right. It's still gonna do that, isn't it? Yeah, just there's not a good space on this side of the board because there's sockets and stuff. Oh, unless I put it on that side. Let's see. Is that too far away to focus on? Maybe. I mean, I'm gonna recap this tonight, but I doubt it's gonna fix it because I capped it last time, and I don't think that solved anything. There has to be some trace issues or something. So that's at least my guess. We're gonna go over this carefully and see. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's. Again with the focus and the silly little tiny microscope. Oh boy, yeah, this is not fun because it's very sensitive there. All right, we're gonna leave it just like that. This should be very quick. Yes, Eep. I need some of those old macOS system sounds, just on call here, so I could just scare the crap out of everybody. Quack, Eep. Okay. Anybody have any questions or anything? Probably not. Probably asked all your questions up last time. Alright, so let's paint some beautiful little flux over here. Again, not a big fan of this board that is very dark in color. Not that big of a fan of it. But we do have two little bumps of solder from the previous capacitor that was there, and it looks quite yucky, so we're just going to clean that up. Then I'm going to put fresh capacitors on here. I don't know, Bruce, if I don't know if Bruce has the capacitor readouts for a Quadra 840 AV. I saw them somewhere else. Let's see. While the soldering iron heats up, just gonna check. Green? What do you mean? The yellow stuff? In the flux? I think that's just reflection. I don't think there's any. That's just poor. This camera is like a webcam. This camera is very poor with the lighting. Things look very, yeah, it looks like it's green, but it's not. It's just weird reflections. It doesn't help that the board is brown and there's lights directly over me and such. So, yeah, that's why I say sometimes I'll be like, oh, this looks bad, but it looks better in person. Don't worry about it. Ah, okay. No worries, Bruce. I think I saw one. I'm glad you stuck around, though. I probably scared off most of my viewers, and I apologize. But, excuse me. Someone has a website here, maccaps.com. 13, 16 volt, and 210. Okay. Alright, that looks like the only two 10 ones are here and here. Okay, cool. Well, I will take some photos for you, Bruce, assuming I'm successful. Well, even if I'm not, I can take some photos for you. Then you could add that to your site. So at least you'll have a guide there, because no sense in waiting until you get one to take a photo and have a photo and it be documented and such. Okay, so let's see if this is hot enough here. This iron heats up quick, which is good. Okay, got that all fluxed up. Let's chop off. Oh, there goes the camera. Let's chop off the used wick here. Oh, come on. Well, that's the best I'm going to be able to get. Sorry. I'm just going to do this quickly. Then the recapping will start and you'll have other things to look at. Okay. Nice sizzling. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Like we're cooking some onions and peppers here or something. Jeez. And that's the first fishy smell of the night there. Right there. Yeah, all that crud. Let's get all of that off the board there. Yes, computer fish. Okay, and that little pad looks like it wanted to go for a ride there. The scalpel I have is a smaller one, but it should be fine. I just want to see if there's any gunk there I could scrape away. I'm going to hold this manually because there is no good place for it to rest on this side of the board. So my apologies if it's going to be a little bumpy, but okay. It also helps me see here too. Let's hold this like a pencil, maybe. That would help. Okay, yeah, ooh. Yeah, that's a bit yucky. I'm just lightly pushing. I'm not really scraping. I'm just trying to get some of that gunk out of the area. I don't know if this was a trace under there. Again, I'm not scraping. I'm just sort of like brushing it slightly. Yeah, it looks like... Let me clean this. Ugh, yeah, a big blob of brown and black goop from probably a previous capacitor that lived there. Yuck. Okay. A lot of flux that got left over there. But that's okay. We're gonna clean that up. But it looks like the trace goes this way. Get all that off. Yeah, so this pad, oops, sorry, you can't see it there. Let's see, am I holding it too close or too further away? Whoops, there we go. So yeah, this pad right here looks like it goes there. And this one looks like it connects, I'm guessing here? It's very, very dirty here. And again, the brown board is not helping at all. It just makes things very difficult to see. I'm going to try cleaning it up a little bit. I don't want to bleed the apple colors. No, no, no. No, 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 no. Let's try and clean this up a little bit. I think hopefully that will help us a bit. Because it is yucky and disgusting. And where'd those Q-tips go? Jay's favorite colored Q-tips. There we go. We'll only get pink ones from now on, just because of Jay. That's the only reason. Okay, yeah, let's clean all. Oh yeah, that's a lot of yucky stuff here, and some leftover flux and all sorts of goodies here. Okay. Well, that Q-tip could go in the garbage. How are the remainder of you people doing today? I don't know what's in Jay's secret sauce. I don't think I'm privileged to know. And even if I was, I wouldn't give it away like that. You have to pay me. Or you have to pay Jay. Maybe it's on his... that's a Patreon tier idea, Jay. Add secret sauce to your tiers there. Okay, I just got flux all over my fingers. Okay. Delicious, delicious flux. Okay. So, let me just clean off this other area too, and we should have a better understanding of what's going on here. There's still a lot of flux on the board, and this color does not... oh, yep, there goes a pad. Shoot. I was afraid of that. Just by brushing with this little Q-tip. A pad went a direction it wasn't supposed to go. Well, that's annoying. That is annoying indeed. But, you know, I am expecting this board to have problems. So, yeah, there it is. Oh, you silly microscope. Yeah, so let's see if we could push that back to... I don't know which direction that was going, honestly. If this part goes down, it looks like this part goes down. Oh boy. Yeah, okay, that's how it goes. It folds back like that. Still hanging on there. It was good. I was trying to be gentle. So at least I see the peg there. That's supposed to go with it there. So I don't think I damaged much other than just lifting the trace away from where it's supposed, the pad rather. I'm sorry, I'm mixing up my words today. There we go. Now you stay there, please. Sorry. So, yeah, that is... Oh, come on. It's hard because it's like upside down and blah, 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 and... There. So that pad here connects to this little guy here. So, very short trace there. I'm just going to use the multimeter carefully to make sure that we're still getting good connectivity there. I'm going to have to secure that somehow, but if Jay doesn't want to touch it, then I believe it. Okay, so that's still making a connection, but we still need to secure that down. So maybe that'll be the first cap I put down. Let me scrape away some of the copper there just to get a better hold on it. Maybe. Okay, let's I know this is not terribly exciting, but oh, that actually it's not that bad. Okay, so where's this? This the one? No, we're focused on the wrong one. That one. Yeah, these it's not very forgiving. Okay. Yeah, the problem is the focus wheel on this camera is like right in the worst spot possible because it's right where the little holder grips it. So yeah. Okay, so that's this one here, right? Yeah. Okay, so here, you know, sort of this way. This is the pad that got a little yucky here. So here, if I'm looking correctly, yeah, right there. Looks like there's a oh boy. This is fun. It's all fun recapping until you lift a pad. Alright, as long as that's still connected there, hopefully with enough solder that'll keep that in place. Now that's interesting. Now, I know we're not very familiar with these boards, but Bruce, you may find this interesting. Maybe there's something wrong with the trace, but I'm assuming the negative to the positive should never be breaching for a capacitor. And that's exactly what seems to be happening here. The positive end. Well, that's interesting. So the pads itself touch. Oh yeah, yeah. Like they'll say they're connected. That's very strange. Unless solder flowed into one of these traces here, like right there. I mean, it is a mess there. Wouldn't surprise me if something is touching where it shouldn't. That is a little concerning. That's more than concerning. That's problematic. I'm trying to gently clean the other pad so I can maybe see it a little better. Because I'm assuming that shouldn't touch anything. Let's take these I don't know if they're memory or video memory modules out. Let's take those out. I think they're video memory. Just put that on this side there. And let's put this here so we get a better look at first the awful pad. But then here, I don't know what that red is. Maybe that's corrosion on the board, like between layers there? Maybe. It could be. I mean, I'm not going to put it past it. But, yeah, well, that's the bad trace. We don't want to look at that anymore. Yeah, that. Yeah, I mean, it's very tiny. And I mean, like, super tiny. I'm going to try and just clean as best I can see. You know, just not cut, but just like, does this move? Or a little bit. And it looks like there's some gunk here. I don't think anything's. Yeah, it's perplexing. I mean, there's some gunk here. But this, you know, here, let me do this. Let me first let me hide the blade so I don't stab myself. And then let's do some prodding here. So here, does this connect to here? No. 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 Yes. Yes. So there and there meet. Let's look on the other side of the board. I'm curious if they're supposed to. I doubt it's supposed to, because from what I understand, and maybe I'm wrong, a capacitor is supposed to regulate the electricity between 2 points. And if the 2 points are touching, then what's the point of it regulating? Huh? I don't know, maybe I'm just crazy. But I mean, yeah, so 1, 2, 3, so it's between the third ones. Here and here. They're separate. So let's try and do the same thing at the bottom. I mean, I'm expecting the same exact result. But let's do here and here. So on the bottom, we also get it. Let me make sure that's the same spots. So we have there, and it's always, I hate doing this because it's always like you have to memorize exactly where you were and try and visualize it on the other side. Alright, so it's not the one that's closest to there, but it's... I don't understand that. That's... So that is that, right? That is that, right between that. Okay. So that's the third pin there. The next one down is actually... on the other side there. Hold on. The capacitor number is number 62, Bruce. Number 62. So let's see. So if I'm touching the back there, no, that's. Oh, maybe I'm probably looking at the wrong. No, there we go. Yep. Okay. Now, see, here, so, yeah, something. Yeah, that's very strange. I'm gonna test the rest of them. Okay, and C63, the same thing. The positive and the negative are bridged. Same with C76. What the heck? This is strange. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Bruce, but I thought the whole point of having a capacitor there was so nothing touched. C75 is the same? Maybe that's just how this board is? And C27 is the same. That's very weird. Yeah, maybe there is a short circuit somewhere, but for all these capacitors to... Now, how would I find where the heck this short circuit is? Holy smokes. Well, I'm going to assume... No, that's going to be stupid. So, yeah, let's test this. If I'm positive here, and I'm positive here... Oh, yeah. So, a lot of these positives are linked... Yeah. All the positives for C20 are connected to everything else. Inject voltage, see what it glows. No, I'd rather not. I mean, I'm guessing there could be a number of things wrong with the board. I mean, I'm guessing it could be as easy as a bridged pin on one of these processor-like modules, one of these chips. There is some gunk here, but I don't know if that's conductive. Let's switch back to here, because yeah, I mean, that white stuff, I mean, it doesn't look happy, but let's see if I could just get between those legs. I mean, there's some crust in there. And maybe this board just needs a good washing with distilled water. I think this one did go through the dishwasher because I was desperate to get it to work. Again, this was a while ago, but that was with regular water, but I don't know. I don't know if that would have caused some of these things to make connections there. Too bad this is one of the machines I do not have a schematic for. So we're kind of just poking around here. I'm going to switch back here. You have a schematic for this one, Bruce? Maybe I do and I didn't notice it, but maybe I'm misunderstanding your chat. You have a schematic for this. Well, let me see if it's the one I have on this machine. Ah, it is one of the Bormac ones. Okay. Well, I forget which of my where I kept that schematic. It's on like a Google Drive somewhere. Let's see. No, not on that one. Let's try this one. If I can't find it, I'll probably ask you for it. But I think I have it. Because I remember we just looked at it. I just can't remember exactly where it was. It might be on this machine, actually. Let's search on this machine, too. Thank you, Bruce. Okay. Yeah, maybe it's on the machine I have upstairs, or maybe a laptop. I don't know, but I thought I did have it. Unknown attachment from Bruce. Oh, iMessage. My phone's Wi-Fi is acting a little strange. There we go. Alright, that's tiny. Alright, yeah, let's let's put this on a screen where I can actually read things. Thank you, Bruce. That's very, very thoughtful of you to assist me. Let's save this. How do I save this? Hitting the share button on iOS is not doing anything. And I don't have iMessage on this machine, or I would just pop it up right there. Not that I even know how to properly read a schematic, to be blunt and perfectly honest. I can't even get out of the message. My phone's frozen. Okay. Let's quit iMessage, or Messenger rather. Messages. Let's try that again. This is very exciting, I know. Yeah, it freezes messages. That is very strange. Well, I could look on my phone. I doubt this is going to be of any. I see C187 as a cap number here, but all right. Well, let's try and find a frame of reference. You wouldn't be an awesome person, Bruce, and just email that to Mac84TV@gmail.com. That would probably be the because iOS here is taking a nap on me. I'm hitting the share sheet button, and it's just sitting there. Excuse me. New bus sockets, okay. Oh, now the share sheet comes up after like tapping it like an hour ago. All right, hold on. This might do it, maybe. Upload. All right, I'm putting it onto my Google thing here, so hopefully that will work. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm sure it's not going to be too useful, but we'll see. It's probably, I don't know, maybe it's better than nothing. So what folder did it upload to? Here we go. Let's download that. Okay. Oh boy. And the little mouse I'm using is not cooperating. It is a cute mouse though. It's this little Sony Vaio mouse, and it's has a ball on it. So that's it. Maybe Jay could play UT with this mouse. It does have a scroll wheel and 2 buttons. He might like it. Alright, so let's rotate this. Alright, so let's put our phone on the charger there so it doesn't die, and it reminds us of the time. Alright, so what the heck am I looking at here? My oh my. Alright, we have an ADB port by the looks of it here, so I know what that looks like. And that is on this side of the board. Not that that means anything. CUDA. Okay, there's the CUDA button, which... Is there a button on this board? Maybe. Maybe there's just a chip. So it looks like this is just marking out the... rotate each one of these. Let's do this. Let's rotate that one. Let's select all of these and rotate them at once. How about that? Yeah, it would help if I could read a schematic, Jay. Then I could probably make something good, but baby steps here. Baby steps. All right. There's 21 pages here. I'm just skipping around to see if I see anything familiar. Video out. Okay. Monitor. All right. That's probably not what we're looking for, or maybe there is. Who knows? I'm guessing it's something related to the power. I don't know. Audio in, RAM sims, has a serial ports. Yeah, I'm not... like, I could kind of see what this is doing here. Kind of. I mean, this says... Alright, so on the side here, there's notes. What it's showing. So this says power supply ADB port control micro. So the power supply would be this port here, this big port here. And that has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22 pins. So if I'm trying to find that here, I see 1 through 21, and then there's 22 here. So I see a row of this. Okay. So, and again, these may also not be accurate, which I've read before, or incomplete rather too. So let's try and find capacitor 62 on here, because, or 53. Let's try and find 53, because it comes right off of one of the pins here. So that should give us some sort of... Let me put the cap on this alcohol here before I spill it all over the desk. Okay, so I see... It looks like something says C56, but this is also handwritten, so that could also be something else. Yeah, I see C56, which I see here also, but that, I guess, corresponds to a pin, but not one of the end pins. I would guess pin 21 was either at the end or the beginning, but off pin 2. All right, go to pin 2. Again, the numbering system is confusing me, but okay. Okay, yeah, I see 53. Okay, so I found that. Again, I'm struggling to understand if C53 is along that line as where it's written, or to the left of that there is this little diagram of something. I'm guessing maybe that would actually be a capacitor, a signal for that, but yeah. C53 should have positive pin, should have positive to pin 2 and negative to ground. All right. Well, thank you, Bruce, for translating. Excuse me. We could at least try that. So 53 positive. So pin 2. Assuming pin 2 is on the right side of this connector. Yeah, that's pin 2. Okay. Maybe? Okay, so yeah. That has use the dot or indentation on a chip to find pin 1. Yeah, the power supply connector I'm not seeing a dot on, but... Alright, so positive is going to pin 2, and negative should go to ground. So let's find ground. Where would a ground pin be? It's... The negative is... Every other pin of this power connector seems to be reading to the negative of this 53 capacitor. Not that I know what that even means. I am very out of my element here. Excuse me. At least capacitor 53 does not read the positive and the negative as connecting to each other. 62 does, But 53 doesn't, 56 doesn't, 60 doesn't. Here, let me make a list of the bad ones here. Use the metal cases on the ADB port for negative. Thank you, sir. So like the shield up here, or yeah, there we go. Yeah, so actually, let me see something here. So at least 2 pins of the ADB board are registering back. Oh, well, here's another. Also, the excuse me, the video out and video in ports. One would be signal and one would be ground, and those are confirming because I forgot that says video out on it, the composite video out. So yeah, that's also good. I mean, the pin's right there, so that's easy to see. And if I do that pin, and well, there goes. Yeah, it does the same thing. Okay, that's good to know. Excuse me. So okay, so this seems to be okay, at least the 53. Not the 50. No, what was? Why aren't they? That's very strange, because, like, I was probing 60, and I believe it was catching, and that, alright, I really have to make a list, or I'm going to forget. Let me get a scrap of paper here. What's this? Can I write on this? Employee purchase program from Apple. This is outdated. I should scan that. Here we go. Some dot matrix printer paper, which I have an abundance of. Now I need a pen. We have an Apple pen. Very fitting. You can keep the black probe permanently on the shield, as that's ground. Yes, I will be doing that. That's a very good suggestion. And I don't know if this Apple pen works. It's kind of getting there. Alright. So, C62. This is not writing properly. Do I have another pen? Of course not. Pen. Here's another pen. Those will just be decorative then. Much better. Alright, so, C62 is bridged. So that's a bad thing. Okay, and let's see what else. '76 as well. 75. 69 as well. Yeah, we have a major issue then. 27. Not 48. 59. Jeez. Not the tiny ones, at least. 63. Jeez. So there's something that these all have in common. 64. That 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of these capacitors have in common. That is causing them all to be bridged. So that's 62, 63, 64, 69, 75, 76, 27, and 59. Alright, and let's confirm the ones that are okay. 60. Alright, so okay equals 60, 59. Oh, wait, that's 56, 53. It's very exciting, I know, sorry. 35 and 1, alright. And do we have any others? Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 capacitors in total. And what did the website say that we have? 13. Alright, so I miscounted 2. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. There's one more. One more. Where'd the other one go? Oh, 15. Okay. And capacitor 2 is also the culprit there. Capacitor 2. Which ones don't we have on the list here? 69 we have on the list. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, we have them all on the list here. So only 5 capacitors are doing their job correctly. And the rest are problematic. This is concerning. What the heck could be bridging all of those things? It must be something big, like, I don't know, like the input from the power supply or something. I'm assuming, or one like something from a processor or something that consistently is sending data. Now, I haven't taken the processor out of the socket. Maybe there's some liquid or something that got seeped in there. Bruce, would you be willing to share your "you shouldn't do it this way" method for taking the processor out? Not that I'm going to do it now, but eventually that may be something to check. Because I'm sort of at a loss here for what is going on. Excuse me. Now, on the back of this, I did patch something. So let me see if that patches to ground, because maybe that's screwing something up. I don't know. So I think that, yeah, that's ground. So there's no, I'll keep looking. I didn't see any on the caps. There is the tiniest caps on the bottom of the board. One fell off when I was playing around with it last year, and I think I got it on there correctly. But it also could be bridging something. I'm just kind of worried to undo that because, I mean, yes, I have better tools now, but I wonder if that's actually supposed to be bridging that. I mean, it could be something as simple as that. You know what? My soldering iron is on. Let me just gently see if any of this is actually bridging something, because that could explain something. Excuse me. Okay. Let's get the tweezers out here. I don't think that was supposed to be touching that, but let me get my wick here. I could probably do a better job of this anyway, but maybe it was supposed to go there. I'm trying to see. Let's just show everyone my shame here. The shameful job I did on this a year or two ago. At least I noticed the part fell off, but there we go. Yeah, so I can't even hold this straight. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so I the trace ripped up from one of these to the other, so I put a little cable connecting them, but it looks like, let me put this flat down, I can focus on it better, because this side is flat. See, I'm trying to determine if that point that the solder was touching, let me get a better tool here. Trying to determine if this was supposed to be touching this. I don't think it was. Let's try and get some of that stuff out of the way first. Maybe it was. There's this little bit here, but I don't know if I'll try to find a high quality image of the underside of a Quadra 440 board, and that's going to be a problem. I don't know. I mean, it looks like this ripped a little bit. It looks like there used to be a pad here. Not a pad, a trace. What am I saying? So it looks like what I tried to do was I tried to join that. Yeah, it is nasty. Looks like I tried to join that with this. It looks like that's what I tried to do. I tried to put that back. Now, I removed that just now when I took the wick and this stupid thing won't stay up. I removed some of that work I did a year ago because I just took the wick to it, but and got some of that solder out because I wanted to make sure I wasn't bridging something silly. Oh my goodness, come on. We want to focus here. There we go. The fun of playing with electronics. Yeah, so I could definitely do a better job of that, but I don't know if that's honestly going to make a difference here. Yeah, okay, I see now. There's a trace here, and it looks like this goes here, and it goes maybe to here. So I think what I did was I used this wire to connect this to this, and then I had to connect this to this, which now I'm much better wire to do that with now. I'm just curious. I'm going to take the multimeter out again. I'm just curious if me disconnecting that solved any of those ground issues. I bet it didn't. I bet it did not. I'm just curious. So one of the bad ones was a 76? Yes. Sorry. Yeah, problem still persists. So, had nothing to do with that, but that will likely need to be fixed, and that is something I I can't even see the trace of that without the microscope. That's how tiny that is. So yeah, that's a fun one there. So I'm not really sure how to proceed um, with this guy. Yeah, it looks like that pin was definitely supposed to go into here. That's what I'm going to assume here, based on what little trace is left to that. And yeah, that's the mess. It looks nasty. I will at least take a look at the bottom side of the board here, see if there's anything else that looks strange. Again, this black board makes it a little difficult. I don't know what you were thinking in 1993, Apple, but this board ain't hard to see. It ain't easy to see. Jeez, I can't even talk today. Boy. I thought we were going to get some progress done here. Oh, this is going to be a good old time, but I am not seeing anything that would jump out at me that's like, hey, look, there's a problem here. This is let's see where this problem area. This is over an AT&T digital DSP. I think it's one of those digital chips. Those well, they're all digital chips, but one of those like digital signal processor, chips. Yeah, this is just. I wonder why all of those. All right, so let's go back to finding the caps on the schematic. I think that, again, me not being able to read it doesn't help, but let's just using the wrong mouse. Let's look for this 75 one, because this is pretty far away. I'm just curious where that goes to. Okay. I'm going to be here all day looking at this thing. Oh, DSP. Okay, digital signal processor. Well, that's one of them. So let's look for C75. 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 C250. Hey, what was this number here? C238. That's not close. Okay. C75. C280. Wait, what's that? Getting confused here. All right, so let's try. Let me just write down these the numbers of these ones here. C38 something. C385, C385, and then there's, well, the cable's broken anyway, so whatever. We'll have to redo that. C384. So that is here. That is there. Oh, I see. Yeah, there was a trace that goes out from here to here, and then there's this guy. And this is how it originally was. Okay, so. Alright, so I mark those down so if I find them, I at least know. You know, let me put some tape over that. I really don't want that to move around too much. Even though there's a wire still attached there, I don't. You know, let me cut that wire. There's no sense in me leaving that wire there. Okay, that wire has been cut off. Sorry, the stream is pretty boring, guys. trying to figure this out. Delicious electrical tape. Okay, we're going to put that over there. So as I move this board around, none of those little caps are going to fly off. And I'm sure I will regret that decision when I have to peel that tape off. But okay, so C75. Play along at home. Each open your capacitor sets and look for C75. See a lot of resistors. C68, C67. Okay, so that little diagram does indicate a capacitor. Okay, so now I'm getting better. C70, C74. Ooh, we're close. This is the floppy disk port and supporting circuitry. Okay. So, floppy disk port is there. And these go over to this area where I see C74, C73, C72. Hey! I kind of found something. Alright. Not exactly what we're looking for, but showing me the floppy disk controller connector does go eventually to those capacitors there. Okay. Good to know. Okay, so turn the soldering iron off because that'll heat up quickly if I need it again. So Bruce says he found it, but he thinks the schematic is wrong. That would not surprise you. What page is it on, Bruce? we could try and prove it right or wrong. It's right next to the digital signal processor, so I would assume it's next to that, but maybe I'm wrong here. Page 7 at the bottom. Okay. Not the page with the digital signal processor. I was looking at it. Page 7 at the bottom. C75 10/16. What the heck does... Oh, okay. Yeah, the 10 and the 16 volt. Okay. No, wait. No, that doesn't... Does that make sense? Because the website I'm on says, yeah, 10 UF 16. Okay, yeah, so that is... Okay. Yeah, so the... Yeah, that's correct, Bruce. It is a... It should be a 4716. So, at least something there is incorrect, which is concerning. I'm trying to see what this MC... There's a chip here, I'm guessing? Excuse me. The This UII MC34268, whatever that is. I'm guessing it's a chip somewhere. Let's see if we could follow this. Ugh, this flux is everywhere. U11 on the board. Okay. I see U47. You sunk my battleship. U12. Okay. U17. U7. The progress is going. It's not going anywhere, though. U21. We're looking at schematics to try and figure out why some of the capacitor positive and negative terminals are bridged. Because that shouldn't be. We have a bunch of them that are bridged, more than not bridged. So something is wrong here. U49, U41, U50, U21, U28, under the SCSI port. So under the SCSI port here, I see U3, U11. Oh, here we go. I'm sorry, I was looking at the external SCSI port. Okay, yeah. So that's U11. So I guess what I can do is if it says U11 is connected somehow to 75, we could do our... Let me clean up some of this flux here. We could do our little multimeter guy and see if anything on this, thankfully, only 8-pin circuit here matches the positive or the negative. I'm going to try with the positive first. And do our multimeter dragging. That's a new term I invented. No. So one of the pins... So both the positive and the negative terminal for C75 are connected to pin 1. Because it has a dot next to it. Pin 1 of U11. So if we look at pin 1 of U11, that should go to capacitor 1. Which is here. And if I go to capacitor 1, sure enough, the negative side of capacitor 1 goes to the first leg of U11 there. And if I go to the, let's see, if I go to any negative capacitor, no, not any of them, most negative capacitors, it does hold the same beeping. Interesting. What does that prove? I don't know. At least it proves maybe that the schematic is semi-correct here. Oh my god. I'm way over my head here. Maybe this board should be the last board I do. I could have recapped a different board by now. But, yeah. That's a pickle. Now, in theory, I wonder if this C56 is where's this supposed to go? I'm just curious about something now. Is this C56 negative? Is this pad actually connected? So I see here. Okay. Yeah, so, I mean, what would make all of those, unless there's like I mean, obviously there's a short somewhere, but I'm guessing it would have to be like a pretty common short, like on a ground level or some, I don't know, I'm pulling things out of my butt here, but I guess what I'll do is I'll just keep probing any areas that look semi-suspicious on this board. I'm not even going to bother putting capacitors on it because I don't want to put capacitors on and then turn it on and it's not going to do anything. I mean, I don't think that's going to be helpful. Huh. This is going to be fun. I could tell. I mean, really, I don't have an idea of what it could. I have any idea of what it could be. I mean, yeah, the board's messy here, but I don't see anything that... Take my glasses off here. I'm going to look very closely. This is going to be very exciting for everybody watching me look very closely, but look very closely on the... Let me look at the underside of the board first. Make sure I didn't miss anything. There's some crazy tiny traces on the bottom of this thing. I see one capacitor that it's still hanging on, but it looks like it was placed on weird from the factory. Not seeing any traces that are cut or like solder blobs that are touching things that shouldn't. See some dust, but I mean, I guess a chip could have failed or something and it's bridging connections. I guess anything is possible at this point. But literally, the machine was working. I probably packed it away and haven't used it for a few years, and I'm guessing the damage is done somewhere about where those capacitors may have leaked. Because that is the only explanation I have at this point. The PRAM battery was removed. I don't see any corrosion or any damage or anything around that area, thankfully. Don't see any corrosion really, honestly. But maybe I'm not looking hard enough. Well, here's something I'd like your opinion on, Bruce, and we could at least try and do something here. So this looks like the most problematic area of the board. Let me put my glasses back on. My vision's not that bad. Okay. So here we have this is what we got going on here. So here's the power connector. Okay. So there are these brown traces that come from the power connector. Here's one. And you look at, I don't know if that's gunk on top of it. It looks like it's on top of it. Or I don't know if something got under it. And that's going here. And you can see that's very spotty. And that's going to this point here. But, so I would suspect maybe that's a problem. But if I go to this point here, and then if I go to the pin it's supposed to go to, oh, well, let me, oh, well, it would help if the multimeter was on. Yeah, so if I go to this point, and I go to the pin it lines up to, you can hear that it's making a connection. Now, maybe it's not the best connection, but it's making a connection. The same goes for here in the fuse, or not. Yeah, so I don't know if those, I mean, obviously these lines aren't a good thing, but I'm not seeing as hey, that's the problem. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at, because I mean the same goes for here. And these are simple to diagnose because I could see exactly where they go. So pardon the flux here, but yeah, from this pin to the pad that's right here, that's connected. This is the only area, well, besides maybe here, where I'm seeing weird trace issues here. So, and these aren't bridged here. Now that goes there. So I'm just struggling to see where there could potentially be, because I'm assuming, and maybe I'm just wrong here. I'm assuming that I'm assuming that those capacitor positive negatives should not be bridged. I'm also assuming that that is caused somewhere by. I mean, the only factor here has been the capacitors on here. So I'm gonna guess that if those capacitors leaked, which they may have, some damage either on the top of this board or the bottom, or maybe even in between, who knows, is causing that problem here. Oh, and Siri was listening to me that entire time and made a little paragraph about capacitors. That was very handy. Yeah, so unfortunately, I'm not not seeing any dead giveaway signs here. And I'd hate to keep you on the chat and the stream here if we're just not doing anything productive. Now this processor was on when it was washed. Could be some moisture inside of there connecting one pin to another or something like that, but I guess there's a chance of that. Other than the flux, this board does look relatively clean. This is a head scratcher, I tell you. Huh. It's really hard to see through the microscope, but I do have some concerns about some of those wire repairs. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they are making contact. So, obviously the concern is that, yes, they could be problematic. I'm not convinced, and even, though I'm not an expert at this, I'm not convinced those are causing the issues, but they could be indirectly, maybe. Let's do a test. Just stick. No. I'm sticking both leads right into the goop right next to each other. And it's in the same little... Well, you can't really see, but I'm putting one end in here. Here, you see. One end right next to it. And it's not beeping. But if I touch it, it is. So I would assume that means it's not conductive. I hope not. But yes, it was good to check. That would be problematic for my repairs then if I was using conductive flux the entire time. Oh boy, that would have been embarrassing. Just cleaning some of the goop off the board here just so it's easier to look at, easier to handle. But yeah, I'm not seeing anything that's popping out at me. Again, I'll look at the back. I should retitle this stream to Man Stares at Motherboard. See how many hits that gets. At least let's move the camera over. You can see this dope looking at the board correctly. Yeah, I mean, this has me stumped. I might have to just put this board aside and work on another project next time, because although I would love to get this machine working, for the life of me, I can't figure out. I can't visually see, at least, something that would cause 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 capacitors to be bridged. I mean, I see some gunk here. Let me see, where's the why am I looking for a mouse? That's right. I see, where is it here? Did I miss the spot already? Did I lose air? I see this here. Let's see. Let's look under the microscope here, because to be better than my eyes. This looks a bit weird, but no. that's just paint on top of the traces. And this just looks like residue. Let me just pop this up so it stays up a little bit. There we go. Oh, you stupid little microscope holder. It's on this little weird thing, and it just likes to give up sometimes. It's like a multi-jointed neck. It's weird. All right, so that's nice and sharp. So let's go back to the area that I was concerned about. Yeah, that doesn't look like anything other than the paint. Everything looks okay-ish. I mean, there's a hair there. That doesn't look like solder. That just looks like that C28 paint. When it was washed, it just got mushed around. But I mean, everything here looks normal. I'm just popping you around the board here. I don't know what this red stuff is. I'm guessing that's like some sort of paste or glue that kept these chips intact while they were soldering them at the factory. Because quite a lot of them have these little red things just spilling out the edge of them. And I saw that on another board too. Ah, that would make a lot of sense. Yeah, guys, I'm stumped. I mean, I'd rather not waste your time looking at a board that we can't do anything with. Unfortunately. Yeah, this is disappointing. Huh. Well, I guess you can't win them all, but yeah. Well, I'm definitely let me do this at least. I'm putting the VRAM slots and all these memory modules back in because I don't want to lose them. That would be bad. If I ever find the capacitors on the schematic, I'll be sure to let you know. Thank you, Bruce. That would be appreciative. Yeah, circle them with a big red marker on the page. I'll send you the list. You know, just send you a picture of the list just so you have an idea of the ones that I'm looking for. And yes, we're all learning together. And it's just a shame because this board worked at one point in its life. I know that for a fact. I used to use the darn thing. I'm guessing that's video memory because Sebastian, okay. Yeah, VRAM and then these are the DRAM. So there's only 4 memory slots in here. Interesting. I would expect more, but yeah. So I'm going to put this board aside. And by aside, I mean over here. Let's not flash anybody here. I'm running out of space to put my boards as I work on them. Let's put them on top of this blue and white here, which you can't see because the chair's in the way. But, yeah, I mean, it's getting kind of late. I don't know if there's anything else I could show you. Well, here, I can show you something neat that I don't know if it works, actually, because, well, I guess it kind of works, but this was in the 9500 as I drop a memory sim to the ground. This was in the 9500 that Mike gave me. It's supposed to be... Oh, Bruce typed the list here. Let's see. 62, check. 63, check. 64, 69. 75, 76, 27, 59, and 2. That's the only one you're missing, is number 2. 02. But bingo! This is pretty cool. This is apparently a G3 upgrade card by PowerLogix. Um, and what's interesting about it, it has these little dials here. I guess you could overclock it or adjust the processor speed or some variables here. This card was in the machine when he gave it to me. And that machine's having issues, so I took it out because I want to make sure it's not just the card. And it was having the same issues with another card, so I don't think it's just that. But this will be interesting to play around with. There's no branding on this thing whatsoever, which is strange. It doesn't say PowerLogix or anything. Well, like some of the chips look like a PowerLogix logo, but there's no model number. There's like just a sticker that says like 109-666-A3462. Nothing that seems like related to anything. So it's kind of silly. So yeah, but I thought that was interesting because I've never seen this branded upgrade card before. I'm used to the Sonnet ones, which have the big purple grill on it, which they're very easily identifiable. They have a big purple heatsink on it. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking over here, and I see we have another Macintosh we can recap here. This is a Performa 400. Now, this one works, but the caps do look, as Bruce would say, a bit grungy. And, yeah, this is an LC2 board. Interesting, there's oh, yeah, there's a bunch of tiny little caps on here, but the layout is much different from the LC3 board I did. Oh, these caps are much more tightly compact here. You see in the upper portion of that. That's going to be fun. Oh, I am not looking forward to that, but I have to do it, so have to do it. So this will be a fun one to do. And I have to do some of the power supplies too, but I need to order the caps for them. I know Bruce said the 2SI power supply is notorious for breaking and going bad. Currently ours works, so there's a wire behind my wheels of the chair. So I can't wheel back. Yeah, the 2SI is over there, and it does work. Just trying to think if there's anything other fun stuff I could show you. Steve, can you check something on the board for me? Pick any one of those problem caps and check continuity from the positive pin to pin 10 at the power plug. Of course I can do that for you, sir. Let's get this here. Okay, so you said the positive pin. Okay. And so one of them was... Let's turn this here. One of them was 75, which is here, so that's positive pin, okay? And pin 10 of the power supply. So this is, well, that's not pin 10, but I have to count. Well, sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it's either this one or this one. I'm touching like the, well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It connects to both 10 and 9. All except 3 pins are connected to C75 on the positive thing. So, what I'm trying to say is, this power connector here, all but 3 pins are continuative to the positive leg of that capacitor. Yeah. So the first one and second pin, nope, doesn't connect. And then pin 21 doesn't connect. But all the other power pins are, or they were, what the hell? Oh, the multimeter shut off. I was about to say, yeah. Try C63. Okay. 63, 63, 63. 63. Okay, positive is 63. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yep, both 9 and 10. And everything else, the same as the other one. The positive is reading that it's connected to, well, not as many pins, but most of them. And the pin 10 on the power cable is one of them. Very strange. So yeah, C63, the positive leg, does touch 10. I can't tell which is 9 or 10, so I'm just touching both. But yeah. I'm guessing that's not a good thing. There's a lot of voltage going through here, which scares me because I did test the machine with the power supply plugged in a year or so ago. I'm glad I didn't do that recently. Maybe I fried something, but that I guess could be the case if but no, there was no magic smoke or anything, so no magic smoke was enjoyed. It's much more fun to play around with these Macintoshes once you got them online and up and running, and you play games on them and network them and use some of these weird accessories and stuff like that. Yeah, no worries, Bruce. Any thought you want to put towards it is more than welcome by me, of course. I greatly appreciate it, but please don't drive yourself crazy on it, because I'm not going to lose sleep over it, because we have a basement full of other Macintoshes we could recap, and I think we've earned ourselves enough practices to go after the Macintosh 2. The power connector on the schematic, I believe, is the first or second page. Yes, the first page, power supply. On the first page to the left of the schematic, well, I have it rotated, but it's that J18 connector, that big 22-pin thing. So, yeah. It's getting pretty late, so I'm probably going to end the stream. I know I was gone for a while, so this 4 hours and 36-minute indicator is not 100% accurate. But, yeah, I'm not foreseeing us doing any breakthroughs. Resistance measurements from... Oh, sure. Now, you will have to aid me in the way of testing that with this multimeter, because I will admit, I am a complete novice with this thing, and I have only got it for let's rephrase this. The only function I've used on this was just for continuity. So checking a resistance measurement is all well and good if you instruct me on how to actually do that. So check resistance measurement from pin 10 to ground. Actually just use pin 1 to ground. Okay. So pin 1, I'm not going to... Well, let me just see what I have to do here. So... there's a lot of buttons and switches. Let me hold this correctly here. Oh, and the camera's not going to focus. Yes, it has a ohms mode if it wants to. I just don't know what setting I should put that on. Because I see 200 all the way to 200M. So 200, 2K, 20K, 200K, 2M, 20M, 200M for the ohms. That's like that little omega symbol, right? Here, let me let it focus and stay still for a little bit. Oh, see, this camera is so dumb. Come on. It like focuses for a second and then it goes away. Come on, you piece of garbage. See that? It focuses for a split second and it's like, nah, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to help you. You're a jerk. You know what, camera? You're a jerk too. Start with 200. Yes, sir. Okay. I have no idea what this button does. If I push it, it says DH. And if I take it out, it goes away. Well, we'll try on both. Alright, so where do you want to go, Bruce? You want to go from pin 1 to ground, is that correct? So it's on that 200 setting. So if I go to the ADB connector, which I know was ground, and if I go to pin 1 on the power supply, there's no action from the multimeter here. It's just at that number 1. Let me try pushing this button on the left. I don't know if that makes any difference there. No, we're having no activity here. I don't know if there's a simple test I could do with a battery or something to give you a different reading. Or you know, test a failsafe or whatever. Or anything like that. I'd be happy to try. Excuse me. Put them up my nose? No. Gradually go up. Now I don't know which pin is pin 1. I'm guessing here, because these are like this is 22 or whatever. I'm guessing pin 1 is either the bottom one here or the one directly above it. I'm not exactly sure which is which, to be brutally honest here. And the board does not seem to have any markings on. Actually, there's a pin with the square peg. So there's a pin with the square peg. I'm assuming that's the first one. I'm assuming that's pin 1. So maybe I've been doing this wrong the whole time, because I thought pin 20 was over here, not there. So let's try pin 1 and ground. No, it doesn't see. Oh, wait. We got something. Hold on. It's jumping all over the place, but I'm getting 1.9. Well, I was 38 point. Nope. Now it's 007, 007, 006, 00.6, 00.7. So I'm getting something here. All right. So that is pin 1. So then I was doing this wrong the whole time when I was doing traces here, because I'm an idiot. Let me mark this down here. So this connector here, the square pin, that would explain it. But it was so hard to see from here, I couldn't tell. That was 1. So that's pin 1. And then the other side would be... Jeez. Alright, so yeah, we are getting any of the ground connections I connect to, Bruce, from pin 1. If I go to the video out connector... Well, let's do something we know. Let's go to the ground of the ADB port there. I am getting a reading. I think pin 1 is closest to the SCSI port, closest to the board. Yes, that is correct. That's what I believe it is. Yeah, so as far as ground, I touched the one of the metal grounding pins on the ADB port, and on the video out connector as well. So I am getting a value. Now, I don't know if that number helps you or any, but yeah. Yeah. So we can definitely put a bookmark in this and follow up another time. It's getting late. But it is interesting. Well, at least now I know I'm going to have to redo some of those tests where I was tracing the good to the bad, and I mean the positive to the negative and such, the continuity, because especially with the especially with what I was doing before, that would make a lot of sense. So, alright, but I'm pretty sure there's not too much more damage I could do here. So, I'm going to, yes, I do have work tomorrow. I'm good till 5 a.m. Well, everyone hop on Jay's channel. He's going to do a live stream until 5 a.m. I'm going to send him this board, and he's going to have fun with it. Yeah, so I appreciate the guys who are still on watching, guys and gals, or probably mostly guys according to my YouTube analytics. I do appreciate you spending some time with me to try and figure this out. Unfortunately, we were not successful. Jay has to be secretive. I am happy that we did spend some time together, though. It has been fun. We were trying out some of our new tools, our new soldering tips, our new solder, which we have a pound left of, or just about. We have some new enameled wire we'll probably have to use, for better or worse. Yeah, but I think that's really about all we could get out of this board today. But I do appreciate. I cannot speak. I do appreciate you guys sticking around, and I think we'll go after the Macintosh too. Maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after, whenever I feel like doing a live stream again. Maybe tomorrow. We'll see. Monday's usually a little slow. Because I'm looking right at that Macintosh too, and I want it to be recapped. I want to hear that startup chime. And I do have all the parts for that. So I think. What do you guys think? I think that's that's something we could safely accomplish. But no, I'm not starting now. It is 11:30 p.m. Well, I'm glad you learned tonight. I've learned tonight too. Thank you to Bruce and Jay and everyone else who gave me some tidbits. This is not a one-man show. I would not be able to do any of this without my friends and all the things I've learned from them and all the knowledge over the years. So, yeah, that's about it. But I appreciate you guys sticking around. It's been a lot of fun, and I hope those of you who it's late where you are, you're going to get some rest like I'm about to. But it's really been a lot of fun, and I really greatly cannot express my appreciation for Bruce and Jay and everybody in the chat who's helped me along trying to tinker around with this. So thank you everybody for playing around. I do have 2 Mac Color Classics that we'll get to, but I have to order the caps for the analog boards because I figure while I open up the darn thing, might as well get all of that done. So yeah, it's going to be fun. Ooh, you're trying to revive Color Classic. You recapped it, won't boot. Join the Mac84 Discord. Jay, put a link in there. See if we could try and troubleshoot it if he's not already a member of the Discord group. So the Mac84 podcast, I don't know if you're one of the viewers from there, but we do that every Thursday night, and I'm part of it. We have a Discord channel, basically like an IRC chat, a chat room. Might be able to help you out in there. So Jay, if you're still around, if you want to slap a Discord link in the chat here, that would be great. I don't have it handy, otherwise I would do that. And maybe you could talk about sharing some of your recapping stuff there. There you go. There's Jay linked it. Thank you very much, Jay. Very good moderator. This might work. But yeah, I'm going to have to sign off here, and that's a long-winded goodbye, but thank you again for everybody that's joined, and we'll see you real soon. I appreciate you hanging around. So, Aqua Angel on Discord. Already on Discord. Awesome. Well, I will see you there, and wishing everybody a good night. So, good night. As I awkwardly click the end button and look into the camera.